Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and it is Saturday, August 2nd, 2025. We are here at Polderbaan, which is being used for departures, together with Kaagbaan as runway 24. Now, Kaagbaan is also being used for arrivals as runway 06. It's the secondary runway for both inbound and outbound traffic until later in the morning, and then they are going to switch it up to all three 6 runways, the north-south oriented runways. So initially I was planning to go to the Kaagbaan, but given the expected runway use, I'm thinking that it is safer to stay here. Otherwise, we might not see a lot when the 3-6 runways are being opened. So yeah, let's see. The rain has stopped. Everything is opening up here. We see blue if I look behind me. I'll show you in a minute. But first, the first departure of the show. Delta Airlines Flight 47 going to New York, JFK. A330-300, the November 820 November Whiskey. Fresh spray on the tarmac and wingtip vortices. Hope everybody is doing all right. Marja, goedenavond. Paul, good morning. Saw that Wolfgang wasn't able to attend today. He did text me yesterday. He confirmed that he booked to come over to Amsterdam for a week in September. I think from the 9th until the 18th, but don't pin me down on that. So Wolfgang will be joining next month, hopefully. At least he let me know that was his intention, to join the ground crew during his visit. Looking forward to that. Hey there, Reticent wife. Hey there, Reticent guy. Good morning. Jetstream Journeys will be ground crew for tomorrow. I hope I hope we'll be able to do a stream tomorrow. Last time I checked, it was looking like it was going to stay dry in the morning hours. So initially I planned on going to the Kaagbaan, but standing here, not too far north of the bridge and the roundabout where the cycling path begins, you can see visibility is improving already. Hey, and Jay! Back in Amsterdam. We saw your light. Hope you had a good flight, mate. Welcome back in town. J. Ramey, whose arrival we saw on Thursday, row 8, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia on KLM. Mate, thank you so much for your super chat. And again, I hope you had a good flight. So yeah, we had rain. It is moving to the east, southeast. So this is more or less the edge of the system. The wind on paper should be coming from over there somewhere. This is what it looks like to the west, northwest, north. I can feel the wind. It seems to be coming from over there, more or less. And if we look at the interactive meter, the live stream of the meter tab, which updates automatically, you can see VFR expected for the upcoming hours. The wind is coming from the north. In fact, the meter says a little bit east of north. Scattered clouds at 3,000 feet, few clouds at 1,200 feet. Still showers in the vicinity, light rain. I think it's going to be all right. Should be good over here. So let's see. A very good morning to everybody who has joined. Happy Saturday. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. Today in use for departures as 3-6 left. The next airplane is on its way. KLM flight 1031 to Persenchester. Can also hear something passing overhead. Don't see the control yet, but this is an A321neo. Gratje, Greetje, Greetje en Gratje. Good morning to you both. Yeah, the light was easily visible, Jay. It helped that you told me where I needed to point the camera so I could keep it zoomed in. Makes it even easier to see as long as you know where you need to point the camera. Karsten, Danny, goedemorgen. Taco, goedemorgen. Nienke, goedemorgen. Joke, goedemorgen. Gratje en Greetje in the house. That would make for a nice couple. The guy Gratje, the girl Greetje. JP van Ruitenbeek, hola, kabouter Plop. Goedemorgen. Plopper de Plop. KLM Flight 901 is up next, going to Inverness in Scotland. It's number 175, Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Golf. Tongue twister in the morning indeed, Greetje. Gratje en Greetje. Thought I also saw Lance earlier in the chat before going live when I was still in the parking lot. Good morning, Lance. Hope all is well, mate. So yeah, Russell and his cronies are over there. And in the meantime, Johan is celebrating 17 months of membership. En weer een maandje erbij. Op naar 18, which is Dutch for and yet another month added to the list. Onwards towards 18. Frits, goedemorgen. Hartstikke welkom. Peter, goedemorgen. Amsterdam plane spotting, good morning. Good morning, S. Aviation photography from the northwest of England. And Evan tuning in, I'm assuming from Santa Monica in California. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Okay, so where's the next airplane? Where are we playing hide and seek? No, there are 4 underway, I'm counting. 2 Deltas, 1 KLM 787-10, and the pack being led by EasyJet, which I think we should see over there already. Yep, there it is. And ever so slightly my camera is moving upward, means it's back heavy. 2 mils to the 2 mils forward should probably even it out. Now in the meantime, Greetje just now gifting 10 memberships. What the fudge are you doing so early in the chat already, Greetje? Greetje, thank you so much for your tremendous generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Greetje if you are one of the recipients of her 10 gifted memberships. Have fun with the custom emojis. There's 34 at your disposal, which you are allowed to use as much as you want. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use your custom emojis as a member as often as you want. So be free to use them however you see fit. Get creative with them. I challenge you all to get creative with them. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. Greetje, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity and welcome to the Sky Lounge new members. Now Reticent Wife made some changes. You can see that now also the messages that people write when celebrating membership anniversaries or other messages are shown. Absolutely looking top notch. Thank you so much, Simi. Also, as you may have seen already, the meter is updating automatically. Incredible what she has done already. If all is well, super stickers or super chats. I think it was either one of the two should now also be working. We already saw super chats, so I'm not sure. Did we see something? Must be super stickers then. I see a lot of dust, a lot of spray, I should say. And that was a big Dreamliner that just now took off from the center runway, creating the spray. Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Kevin. Bevroren Patat, goedemorgen. Renate, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Intervloegspotter, guten Morgen. Nico, goedemorgen. Karsten, good morning, guten Morgen. Frank Aviator, guten Morgen. Nick is celebrating 9 months of membership. Does this also pop up, he wonders, and it certainly does. Leave it to reticent wife to make shit working properly. And this is some good shit working properly. Absolutely, it does definitely pop up, Dick. Thank you so much for your continued support. 9 months as a member. I hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Hit me up if something is running low in supplies or if anything else is amiss. And let me see what I can do to fix it. Now this is Delta Airlines flight 237 to Tampa. We have KLM flight 601 to LAX. And this is Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Is this the same airplane as the one that got caught in the turbulence earlier in the week? Interesting. Bird control is also over there. That is K2. And it looks like there are bird controllers over there, but that's just a reflection of sun in either windows or solar panels, I think. EasyJet flight 22514 to London Luton, an A319. And this is the Gasger Golf Echo Zulu Golf Romeo. 13-year-old airplane, first flight September 2011. Well, people are reporting buffering. That's a pity. Everything on my end is running smoothly. I could do a reset of the modem, see if that works. Let me see if I can then run the stream via my wireless, via my phone. First have to create a wireless hotspot. Right, so I am going to transfer the stream to my my phone. As well, the stream is now running via my all is well. The modem is now starting up again, so I can transfer the stream back to the unlimited data that I have via my modem. Disabling the wireless hotspot. So what I did just now was briefly let the stream run via my limited data bundle on my phone by using making it a wireless hotspot, a tip that Wolfgang gave me. I reset the modem where I have my unlimited data SIM card in, and now everything is running again via the modem. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City. That's an A330neo, November 421 Delta X-ray. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight February 2023. All good now, Mario says. That's good. So yeah, don't know what it is, but maybe just reconnecting. The reconnecting of the modem did the trick. I hope it did. Keep me posted, guys. Ah, and that was the Delta that had the issues. The one that flew into the turbulence the other day. Next up, Air Baltic, flight 962 to Vilnius. That's the Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Papa, the Bombardier C-Series 300. 2-year-old airplane, first flight May 2023. Well, at least we ran into the buffering at an early stage. It's better to reboot and maybe lose the connection when it is still early in the stream and not a lot of viewers are watching than when it is later in the stream and a lot of shit is happening and a lot of viewers are watching. Keep me posted. So, big picture overview. Looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the west, things look like so. We can see linear formations of clouds, so-called cloud streets. In other words, the direction the wind is blowing from seems to be from over there. Looking to the east, it looks like so. Looking to the south, it looks like so. Next airplane is KLM flight 1199 to Oslo, Papa Hotel Bravo X-ray in November. Amsterdam plane spotting asks if it is true that there are more wide bodies in the morning and evening. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Arrivals and departures to and from the United States usually arrive in the morning and leave again in the morning and the beginning of the afternoon. And there is an inbound rush hour of airplanes arriving from Asia, East Asia, and they usually arrive during local dinner time, so between, roughly speaking, 5 and 8 p.m. So that's definitely true on most times. Most days, I should say. No Karen cabin on board this airplane. Karen will have to sit with the rest. Now the Transavia Retro is on their way to Amsterdam, but unfortunately we're not going to see it land really close by. Maybe we are able to catch a glimpse of it when it lands, if it lands on runway 06 perhaps. I'm not sure that we will. Yeah, Asia also early in the day, you're right Ari, very early. Between, what is it, 6 and 8? There's also an inbound rush hour of wide bodies from Asia. Frank says, wide bodies can also be spotted in the middle of the night in the shawarma shop. This is KLM flight 615 going to Portland, Oregon, hometown of Captain Jerry Donnelly, who I don't think we've seen in the chat just yet. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, Oscar, 7879 Dreamliner, and more membership anniversaries being celebrated. Maria is celebrating 22 months of membership as she writes almost blue, 2 more months to go. And Marco Plaggenborg is celebrating 19 months of membership. He writes, good morning everybody. Already 19 months, fan of boy, he writes in Dutch. Thank you both so much for your ongoing support. And Maria, thank you so much as well for being a mod. I hope that you still like being a mod and a member. And do let me know if either of you two don't like being a member anymore, or if you have suggestions. Let me see what I can do to fix it. I was hearing something overhead, and luckily I am able to catch it. Is that an A3? No. I was about to say, is that an A330? It looks like a triple, doesn't it? Is that... No, it's not Qatar, is it? It looks familiar, but also it doesn't. Hadi Klaas, goedemorgen. Mars, good morning. Aviation now, good morning. Oh, gust of wind. That's what you get if you don't lock the tilt axis when it is windy and you don't have hold of the camera. Ryanair. Undoubtedly on its way to Dublin. So a gust of wind. A gust of wind. What does the wind on the scale of chin smoke look like? Lots of horizontality. Actually, pretty windy. Things are starting to pick up a little bit. Wind-wise, I should say. Quick look at the live indication. The live stream of the meter tells us that the wind is blowing from the north and with a moderate speed still. And the next airplane coming this way, KLM flight 1293 to Billund. Now this is 737-800 with a separate Karen cabin. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Charlie Alpha. And Alan is also back in the chat. Big Al, what is up, mate? He is celebrating 23 months of membership. And he is writing, morning boy and crew, great channel and host. Mate, thank you for your kind words. And thank you first and foremost for your ongoing support. Always nice to have you in the chat. Love the banter. Keep it coming. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. You'll be turning 24 months next month. Team Blue, growing by the day. Alan will be a member of Team Blue in a month from now. The army of blue members, the 2-year plus members, is growing by the day. Incredible. Thank you all so much for that. And Alan, good to see you again, mate. Lance says, I hear Ryanair aim to charge for the use of emergency oxygen masks. Interesting. Why am I not surprised to hear that? I know you say it jokingly, but in all honesty, they would be so mad to do that. Okay, starting to get more windy. Might have to resort to using image stabilizer already. Wind suddenly picking up significantly here. Bob also back in the chat, good evening. Hope it was well, mate. Hope you've had a good day. John, good morning. Troy, good morning. Alian, good morning. KLM flight 12, 93. Sibilant. Fire in the hole. Boom, baby. Infinity also back in the chat. Goedemorgen, good to see you, mate. So yeah, sunny, but also windy. I think I am going to enable image stabilizer just to make sure we get the stablest footage under the circumstances. This is KLM flight 1219, ready to go to Stockholm in a few moments. The Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Papa. It's one of the 900s, 737s. Already 23 years old. First flight was in August 2001. Means it should turn 24 somewhere this month. And it's rolling. Hey Tom, good morning. Combo shot with the preceding airplane in the background. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, this is a cloud street indicating the direction of the wind, and this one is parallel to it. This is where more or less the wind on ground level seems to be coming from, even though the meter was indicating a bit more north, even northeasterly. To me, it doesn't feel like that over here on ground level. New batch of airplanes underway. Well, I say batch, but it's only 2 for the moment. KLM flight 1231 to Gothenburg is the first of the 2. And Norwegian to Copenhagen next after that. Hey, Uwe aus Leipzig auch wieder zurück. Herzlich willkommen, Uwe. Ferraz, goedemorgen. Ferraz is wondering if the Canon EOS R50 with an 18 to 45 and 55 to 210 mm is a good beginner camera. That's a good question. I wonder what would define a beginner camera. That's what I always wonder. I'm not a camera expert, so I wouldn't be able to answer your question, but maybe somebody in the chat is able to give you a helping hand with respect to what would be a good beginner camera. What would be a good beginner camera? I think anybody who is a beginner in photography would benefit from having everything set to auto, but most of the cameras have that already. So I think what you want to know is, what do you want to use it for? For filming, for photography, landscape photography, photographing people, portrait photography. Plane spotting. Well, I think with 200mm you are well on your way to be taking good pictures here at Schiphol Airport. The camera I am using has an equivalent of 600mm when fully zoomed in optically. That is what I am right now. Being zoomed out, that would be this. So 200mm would probably be something like this, I think. Now, of course, that's not very far zoomed in if you want to see everything happening on the other side of the runway, but if I don't touch the zoom, and you'll see what you can make of the airplanes when they pass you by sideways. It's nicely in the frame. So if you would be standing here and you would be filming you would be shooting the rotations, I think 200mm would be a good place to start. Canon says yes, Verboot says wij van WC Eend. Dennis, good morning. Gary, good morning. Archmaster, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Alian, good morning. Hey, and John, also good morning. Hey, and Martin just became our latest Aurora Skylines member. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, mate. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Hope you'll like it in the lounge. Don't forget, you now have the 34 custom emojis at your disposal. Have fun with them, mate. This is Norwegian, flight 83539, a MAX 8 737 to Copenhagen. No grumpy faces on the tail of this airplane. Just plain lipstick. I think Gary makes a very good suggestion. Go to a camera store or call them. Camera Nu, Camera Express, they also have customer service over the phone. You can give them a call, tell them what you want to do. They'll be able to help you. Probably better than the live chat of an aviation live stream. Right, fixating the pan and tilt. Still shudder. Air Baltic flight 858 to Tallinn is going to be next. The Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Sierra. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Ricardo says I'll be joining another time, can't find you. Are you at the Polderbaan? You need to go off the parking lot, van de parkeerplaats af, and walk towards the roundabout, the rotonde. And you should be able to see me from there. Air Baltic on its way to Tallinn. Bombardier C-Series 300 A220. Karsten wonders if I'll be streaming tomorrow. Well, that is up to the weather gods, Karsten, as it always is. Yesterday it was looking too dodgy. This morning I woke up and it was raining, but it looked like there was going to be a clear end to the rain. As you can see, it came true. I don't know yet with certainty if I will be streaming tomorrow. I am planning to do that, but it will be dependent on the weather. Last time I checked, it was looking like in the morning hours it is going to be dry. So if all is well, I should be out again tomorrow, but I don't know for sure, Karsten. Wish I could be more specific than that. Good morning, Glenn. Michael, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Good morning. Han, goedemorgen, kerel. Good to see you, mate. Freya, goedemorgen. En Robin. So we have a cheater on Cheater's Lane. It's going to Hamburg. Hamburger. KLM flight 1753. Papa Hotel Bravo Golf Golf. It's a 737-700. And you can see it is blocking a Delta. Big KLM taking off from center in the meantime. That's a 777-300. You'll probably hear that in a moment. And there was another airplane before it vanished behind the clouds. Now the cloud streets seem to be forming in a different direction now. If I had to guess where the wind is coming from, I would say it's from over there, just in line with those poles, those light masts. So yeah, this is what it looks like to the north and to the east. And to the south we have this Delta that was waiting for the KLM. Now it is going. Cloud's also back in the chat, good morning. He is celebrating 5 months of membership. Goedemorgen, boy. And 5 months already, he writes. Good morning, boy. And 5 months already. Clouds, good morning. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Delta Airlines flight 49 to New York, JFK. Nice backdrop of blue sky and thus far friendly looking clouds. Oh, good luck, Gary. Pride parade today in Amsterdam, the boat parade. 2 days in the year that the city of Amsterdam is just too busy. Well, it's already busy, too busy to most, but the 2 days you really don't want to be in the city if you don't have to be there. King's Day and Pride Boat Parade Day, the latter being today. This is Lufthansa coming our way. Cue the latest custom emoji. Now, is it an A340 or is it a 747? Looks like a 747, but is it? The closer it gets, the less distorted it becomes and the easier it is to discern one from the other. Question is, will we still be able to see it? I think we ought to. Yeah, there it is. Okay, what does it look like now? Yeah, 747 if I had to call it. Getting close to the zenith. And now having passed me. It's interesting how much more contrasty the picture gets once you have the sun in your back instead of facing the sun. Never ceases to amaze me. Seems that the bird controller is doing some sort of a check. Where did I see it? There it is. And in the meantime, a massive big thank you to Lakerson for your super chat. You was the first spotter on YouTube I know. There you go. That is so nice. Thank you so much for your kind words, Lakerson. Thank you also for the super chat. The first, but probably not the last. We're getting more and more live streamers, aviation live streamers in the world by the day, it seems like. Maria wonders why the Lufthansa tail is leaning left as all the other tails are leaning to the right. Well, that is just a coincidence, I guess. Nothing I did on purpose, but I wasn't even aware. I thought we also had... Isn't Air Canada also pointing to the other direction? I'm pretty sure that not all of the tails point in the same direction. Surely it mustn't be. It cannot be. Can it? I thought that the Air Canada was also pointing in the other direction. Now I'm also looking. No, Air Canada is in the other direction. Okay. Yeah, well, didn't do it on purpose. Everybody with OCD, take a chill pill. I can mirror it. Nah. No particular reason. Peter PDK also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Karsten has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Karsten. Hopefully we'll meet again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Howdy Gerrit, goedemorgen. Alrighty, we have an A321neo. Leave it be, it'll keep the OCD folk happy. Yeah, together with the one dot on the tail of the of the Vueling. Oh. Anyway, we have KLM flight 1005 going to London Heathrow. London? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Also a massive big thank you, Karsten, for your gifted membership just now. And I see that Troy is the recipient. Welcome back, Troy. Don't forget to say thank you to Karsten. Enjoy the custom emojis, including that one that is pointing in the other direction. Lufthansa. Thank you so much, Karsten, for your generosity. Like I said before, hope to see you tomorrow. Fingers crossed, if all is well, it should be dry tomorrow morning. At least that's what I saw last time I checked the weather for tomorrow. In the meantime, what a treat this is. Have a look. Those clouds, beautiful. Adriaan also back in the chat, good to see you. Bowie, goedemorgen. Patrick Star, goedemorgen. Rob Lerb, good morning. And good morning everybody else who joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left, with wind blowing from the north. Interestingly, the runway configuration a bit diverging from what I had anticipated. It seems that at least for the upcoming hours, well, maybe not. No, it's 11:45 already. So I'm thinking maybe they are now going to a 3 north-south oriented runway configuration. Let's have a quick look, guys. Current runway configuration, refresh. Yeah, so this is now the current status quo. Kartbaan in use for arrivals and center now also in use for departures. And what Bezoekbas was indicating was that all 3 north-south oriented runways might open up, except it could also become, yeah, the configuration we're seeing. No, wait, this is different. Aalsmeerbaan. So it's a bit hard to estimate what is happening. Bezoekbas has been wrong on multiple occasions already. It seems that ATC does whatever the hell they want. Let me at least update the ticker with respect to runway use after this departure. TUI, obviously. Flight 367 to Willemstad, Curaçao. And good morning, Adriaan, Lindsay. Morgen gratis bier, tomorrow free beer in Dutch. Nice name. Next departure should be American Airlines Flight 221 to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. Not time to update the ticker with respect to runway use just yet, but it is parallel departures right now and the Kartbaan used for arrivals, unlike what Bezoekbas was indicating. Vasra Darshine, thank you so much for your generosity, just now gifting a membership. And Daniel Veenstra, the recipient of the gifted membership. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, Daniel. Don't forget to have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Don't forget to say thank you to Vasra Darshine. Vasra Darshine, thank you so once again for your generosity. American Airlines Flight 221 to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, 7878 Dreamliner, November 872, Alpha November. 5-year-old airplane, first flight July 2020. Michael also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Welcome back, hope all is well. Welcome to the show. Everybody else who joined in the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at not at Kartbaan, but at Polderbaan. Polderbaan, runway 36 right. No, 36 left. Let me see if I can update the runway use at least for the time being. That should have updated the runway use in the METAR. We have wind blowing from the north today, and right now parallel departures to the north. KLM flight 1055 is what we are looking at. It's going to go to Norwich in a few moments. The Papa Hotel Echo X-ray Oscar. Hey there, Piavo twins. What a name. And ATC Network TV just renewed his or her membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for your vote of support and for your confidence. Did that show? Did that message show? Not sure that it did. Did we see a blue message of ATC Network TV's membership renewal? Must have missed it. Okay, it did. Okay. Cool. Yeah, the message. The message pops up without a delay, and I find it sometimes is even faster on my laptop than on my phone. So if I take a few moments and then look at my laptop screen, the message that was there was already gone again. Which is why I was double checking. So everything is still working in order with respect to the custom widgets then. Now also the customized messages are shown. Next stop should be the avatars. If all is well, super stickers are now also working. Well, it's those little birdies that I have filmed before, but are so hard to film, and they are constantly on the move. When things were a bit longer here, you could sometimes catch them sitting on a reed or something, or a branch. Next up, JetBlue Flight 32 to Boston, Massachusetts. A321neo, the November 4074 Juliet. This is a 2-year-old airplane. First flight was in May 2023. Wind is definitely not slowing down. I thought they were forecasting 15 knots of wind. I'm wondering how many of them we are already experiencing right now. The wind on the scale of chewing smoke still shows a lot of horizontality, and that's the background of my where the widgets are programmed in Stream Elements. This is now the live feed of the METAR, and it shows that the wind has turned a little bit northwesterly, and it is still 8 knots according to the METAR. Now the METAR is already 28 minutes old. Indication for the upcoming hours, the TAF 14 knots, 15 knots of wind, so it's not going to calm down with respect to the wind, although it is expected to stay dry for the upcoming hours. VFR conditions, 5 knots of crosswind for the airplanes taking off, 88% humidity, a few clouds at 2,500 feet. That's the only thing stopping us from being CAV-OK. You wouldn't say, but it is true. You wouldn't say so, but it is true. Parallel departures in the meantime in progress. The next airplane is probably still a bit further out. BA flight 431 to London Heathrow is over there, making its way over from the main platform area to the Polderbaan area. Hadi RWY, goedemorgen. The next airplane after this BA is over there. And that is a KLM 787-10 Dreamliner to Toronto. And right now on the threshold of the center runway is Turkish Airlines flight 1952 to Istanbul. That's an A330-300 now on the move, so we should be able to catch that in the background as it is taking off from center. Ah yeah, there it is already. Nice combo shot with the main tower. beautiful cloudy backdrop. It's a shame to be too far zoomed in actually with weather like today. Indeed, Roman, that's a good use of the custom emojis. Turkish Airlines with the updated Transavia logo. Well done, sir, well done. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemorgen. Good morning to everybody else who joined in the meantime. You're still watching AMS Live. This is the Polderbaan 36 left. One of two runways in use for departures right now. Delta Airlines Flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts has just turned around the southern threshold of the center runway. Now taxiing up again. Should be leaving pretty soon. First up, KLM, no, not KLM, British KLM, BA, Flight 431 to London Heathrow. And this is Jeff, Golf Echo Uniform Foxtrot. Hadi Paul, goedemorgen. Jeff is 23 years old, first flight June 2002. Hey, OGamer also back in the chat, good morning. Quick hello and a like before I go again. Pity that you aren't able to join us longer than you can, but thanks for stopping by. Okido. How about we get moving? BA pilot says, how about no? Hey, that's interesting, Bob. Singapore on the move. Where might it be on the move to? Probably the center runway, isn't it? Probably center. Still, we should be able to see it quite well from where we are standing. Just like with the Turkish just now. Yeah, BA making a cup of tea. But it's moving now. I think the tea is ready. Could also go for a nice cup of tea, I actually come to think of it. Just a few drizzly droplets are falling, I think the clouds just dense enough for a few droplets to form. Most of the clouds, the denser clouds, already east of me, so it's not going to continue falling on me. Troy, got a jet. Well, thanks for joining, Troy. Hopefully see you again during the next one. Yeah, indeed, Bowie. It is more tea weather than vodka weather. Frank says this weather type is coded as E. The E from Erten soup, which is pea soup, split pea. Hey Sarah, good morning. Sarah also in the chat, must have missed your arrival. Yvonne, goedemorgen. Oh no, it is afternoon right now. And Tom, good afternoon. Singapore Center? Yeah, thought so. Doesn't come as a surprise, but even if it is departing from center, we should still be able to see it quite well from over here. No doubt on my mind about that. And this was KLM Flight 691 to Toronto, 787-10. Yeah, I think that the drizzly droplets were falling from this There's a bit of cloud, maybe even from further north, and it blew this way. Thing is, already east of me, the wind is coming from over there, more or less. Will not amount to anything substantial, if all is well. Fidel Castro is also back, or is this Raul? Not sure who it is. Hadi Bas, goedemiddag. And good morning to everybody else, or good afternoon. Over here, technically speaking, I think it is now officially afternoon. Fidel Castro, hunting for Pinky and the Brain. One's a genius, the other's insane. Laboratory mice. Their genes have been spliced. They're Pinky and the Brain. What was the rest of the intro? To prove their mousy worth, they'll overthrow the earth. Before the night is done, their plans will be unfurled. Pinky and the Brain. Their Twilight campaign is easy to explain. Their Twilight campaign is easy to explain. To prove their mousy worth, they'll overthrow the earth. Gee, Brian, what do you want to do tonight? Indeed. The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Hadi Marnix, goedemorgen. Marnix will be on KLM flight 691 in 2 weeks from now. Nice. Well, the long distance weather, the 14-day weather forecast is indicating that from Wednesday onward it is going to be calendar conform. It's going to turn to calendar conform weather again. In other words, shirts and shorts and sunscreen. Triple S, SSS weather, shirt, short and sunscreen. So hopefully by then the weather is good enough to film your flight as well, Marnix. Hadi Valentijn, goedemiddag. Ah, tuning in from France. La douce France. Omelette du fromage, à bientôt. Lekker man, groetjes terug. Have fun. Rick Aviation, hello. Hey there, dog. What are we doing tonight? Try to take over the world, of course. Hey, Stacy. But how do we get the elephants into the tutus? Narf. In the meantime, Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. And KLM flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. Spooling up over here on the Polderbaan. It's coming to home, Sarah. It's coming home, I should say. Coming to you. Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. A330neo, November 424, Delta X-ray. Seems like Russell and Sheryl Crow and the rest of the Crow crew are over there. Being loud and typical Crowish. Next up shall be EasyJet. EasyJet to Person-Chester. I'm also hearing a siren. I'm thinking, is that the police? Yeah, it is the police. Is that the police that is also patrolling over here with their BMW? BMW. No, that looks like... Is that a Mercedes? I think it is, isn't it? Alright, EasyJet flight 22162 to Persenchester. This is not Jesus, but Jezuk. Golf Echo Zulu Uniform Alpha Kilo. Oh, Toyota Land Cruiser. Are they driving Land Cruisers? What? I thought it was just Kmart that was driving them. Very nice. Glenn asks about the temperature. Have a look in the meter, sir. Automatically updating. Should tell you the temperature and the dew point. Now, the subjective temperature, although the sun is now starting to shine again, subjective temperature can be a bit lower than the objective temperature because of the wind, particularly if the sun is not shining. But right now it is starting to shine again, or at least it did just now, briefly. But I'm thinking it is going to shine a bit more. Right there, where I think the wind is blowing from, there is a big opening. So I'm thinking we are going to see a bit more sunshine pretty soon. Okay, so we are waiting again for the next airplane. Nothing immediately in the vicinity of the Polderbaan just yet. And it looks like the next departure is going to take place from center, Lufty to Frankfurt, which, if all is well, we should see in the background over there pretty soon. It's lined up right now. And in the meantime, Rick Aviation, what are you doing, man? Thank you so much for your generosity. Just now gifting 5 memberships. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. If you are one of the recipients of Rick Aviation's gifted memberships, don't forget to thank him. Have fun with the custom emojis that are now at your disposal for a month. Have fun with them, get creative with them. And Rick, thank you so much for your generosity. That is above and beyond, mate. 5 new members, courtesy of you. In the meantime, Lufty already departed. Oh. That's the downside of using image stabilizer. You don't have direct input anymore at all times. And particularly when there's no subject to follow yet, the camera can sometimes overshoot and undershoot and get a little bit wobbly. It should help with mitigating the small vibrations that are induced by the wind. Interesting to see that there's more verticality once again in the scale of chimney smoke by now. Bogdan, mate, welcome back. Bogdan is celebrating 4 months of membership. Keep up the awesome work. I'll do my best to do that, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your ongoing support. Let me know if something in the lounge is amiss, if anything is running low, if we need to change anything, redecorate. Let me know. Thank you so much, Bogdan. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. And Rick's Aviation works at Schiphol. There you go. What are you doing? That is nice, mate. I hear another siren, another emergency vehicle. I think it is another police car that I am hearing. Yep, it certainly is. Now that is a Mercedes, isn't it? Or am I seeing Mercedeses where there aren't any? Okie doke. Well, still waiting for the next airplane to come this way. A Qatar triple to Doha has also been pushed back. It is 12:11 now, so still 15 minutes of parallel departures, unfortunately. So I think that the Qatar to Doha is going to take off from the wrong runway. And in the meantime, Peter K just now gifting a membership. Mate, thank you so much. I see that Leo787 is the recipient of the gifted membership. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Leo. Don't forget to say thank you to Peter for the gifted membership. Have fun with the custom emojis. That goes for all members, new and old. Have fun with them. They're there to be had fun with. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. Get creative with them. I implore you. And apparently Martijn says they are going to halfweg for a person in the water. Apparently somebody fell into the water and halfway is a little village. Those two towers over there is the sugar factory that is at halfweg, or at least it used to be a sugar sugar refinery where sugar beets would get refined into powdered sugar. The village over there is called Halfweg, and it is midway between Amsterdam on the one hand and Haarlem on the other. So apparently somebody fell into the water over there, and that's where the police is rushing out to. Also sounds like an airplane passing by overhead, but I'm not seeing a contrail, nor am I seeing a lot of blue if I point up my head right now. Aviation AY1574 is joining from Ivalo in Finland. Welcome, mate. Ewald, yellow back. Finnair over there on the move. Finnair to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Now, ordinarily, that is an airplane that should be taking off from this runway. Hey Johanna, goedemiddag. Rens, goedemiddag. And that was a Mercedes, a B-Class. Okay, there you go. 50% hit rate when it comes to identifying Mercedeses. The next airplane taking off is Corendon to Preveza, I think, the MAX 9737. Taking off from the center runway right now. There's also an A350 to Taipei that will be leaving from the center runway pretty soon. First up, Corendon. So American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia is on its way, should become visible pretty soon. Taxiing to the north around and has already passed the center runway. Looks to become the first departure. From the Polderbaan in a few moments. United to Chicago underway, Delta Airlines to Detroit underway. If you look to your left, you can see that Fidel Castro or Raul is still hovering there, hunting for Pinky and the Brain. Relatively close by. Iberia Express to Madrid on the move. Well, I say Iberia Express, but it is an airplane that only says Iberia if I'm not mistaken. So it's actually Iberia Express operated by Iberia? Or is it the other way around? Iberia operated by Iberia Express. Well, no more. Hey, Lisa, also back in the chat. Good to see you. This is American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia. The Finnair A350 has just turned around the southern threshold of the center runway and is coming this way. In the meantime, the Chinese A350 to Taipei already rolling. China Airlines Flight 74. There it is. It's the Bravo 18910. Angry looking A350. I don't want to go back to China. Is what it seems to be saying. Clouds to the east of us looking a bit darker, denser. Not sure if they are going to develop into rain showers. We need to look over there to see what is coming this way. And for the time being, we seem to be in the clear. American Airlines, the next airplane coming this way. Embraer 190 to Aberdeen is following. Which I think, yeah, there it is already. And behind it should be the Finnair A350 to bloody Helsinki, Finland. We have a Tarom 737-700 to Bucharest lined up at the center runway. Should be next. Hey there, Matt. Good to see ya. No, you haven't missed any flights yet to Ecuador. I think there was one when I was still setting up to Quito. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the east. And this is what it looks like to the north. Darkest clouds definitely north, east and east of us right now. Now there is a slight bias in the wind from west to east, so everything east of us is not going to come back to haunt us. Alrighty. Frank says the car park is south of Houston at the South Park. Oh, Check it out, guys. New series has begun, and they started with a bang last week. Particularly if you're a fan of the Orange President, it's well worth a look. This is American Airlines Flight 203 going to Philadelphia in Pennsylvania in the United States of America. November 811, Bravo Kilo is the registration. Bravo Kilo. Don't come across that very often in an American registration, I should say. 4-year-old airplane, first flight June 2021. Backdrop looking a bit more cloudy than it did before. There's definitely still some blue looking to the north, but it's a bit more to the northwest right now. Hey there, Denzel, good morning. Or at least I say good morning, but it is afternoon already. Finnair is also underway. The Finnair A350 to bloody Helsinki. Where did I see it? I think it must be behind the fire station already. Yeah, there it is. Hey, it's in a One World livery as well. Nice. That is nice. Before we are going to see the A350, first let's indulge with another Embraer 190. This is KLM Flight 915 going to Aberdeen in Scotland. The Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Golf. 15-year-old airplane, first flight September 2009. More wide bodies are underway. After the Finnair A350, we can also see United and Delta approaching. Delta should be behind this United. Now in the meantime, Qatar is also taking off from center. That's Qatar Cargo on its way to Doha. Mental note, still need to make a do and ha sound from Homer and Nelson from The Simpsons, respectively. And Jay-Z is back in the house. Oh no, it's Jay-Z Road. For a moment I thought we had a famous rapper here in the live chat. Bon appetit, Gerrit, who is going to have lunch. This is KLM flight 927. It's need 2 Embraer 195 going to Scotland to Eden.
Bruh.
Spacious Karen cabin in the back. Time for Finnair next. Indeed, Frank. Doha, that's a long way, long way from... Mustn't double click. Now Doha is not too far away from... Next up, Finnair flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki. A350 in the One World livery. It's the Oscar Hotel Lima Whiskey Bravo. This particular airplane is 9 years old. First flight was in October 2015. What a looker. Looks great, sounds great. I absolutely love this airplane. With A350s, it seems that the more minimalistic the livery, the better it makes it look. The better it makes it look. I think that also applies to the A220. Probably has to do with the sleekness of the airplane design. Whatever it is, me gusta. So the next airplane over there is United flight 908. Really have to fixate the tilt axis if I let go of the camera, because otherwise it's going to drop down because of the gustiness of the wind. United flight 908 is lining up. It's a 7878 Dreamliner to Chicago O'Hare, November 2, 9907. And a big heading over to the computer to massively thank Alpetist NL? I'm not sure how to properly pronounce that. Thank you so much for your super chat. Boy, Kisten. The airplanes. Indeed, mate. Mate, thank you so much for your super chat. If you know how I should properly pronounce your name, please let me know. Let me see if I can fix it then. Hey Hans Worst, goedemiddag. On its way. Lovely backdrop. Mike Wild also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. LPE test. Ah, there you go. LPE test. Not sure what LPE means, but at least I know how to pronounce it then. JZ Road asks if I recently spotted the Retro Transavia. Last time was on Sunday, I think. Yeah, I think it was last Sunday. We saw the delivery from a distance on Friday. We saw it arrive when into service from a distance on Saturday, and we saw it up close on Sunday. Was planning on going to the Polderbaan initially, then ATC thwarted my plans and I went back to plan B, Polderbaan, which I'm now regretting because the arrivals and departures that I had planned still went through. But there you go. And we go to the Polderbaan, we could have seen the Transavia Retro arrive. Now I'm not sure if it is leaving again later and if it has arrived in Amsterdam already, or if it is still underway, or if it still has to leave. This was Delta Airlines Flight 135. In the meantime, taking off to Detroit, Michigan, A330-300. Friendly Neighborhood has also arrived over here in the VW. Han is moving the stream to the background and muted since F1 practice is on now. Enjoy, Han. Hey, it's a CRJ. Michael, you still with us? Should be leaving pretty soon. And estimated time of departure 12:36 for the retro bus says, is that from Schiphol or is that from where it is right now? Now, quick glance at the live stream of the METAR. It is updating in the ticker, but here you can see it more visually. The wind has bumped up 14 knots of wind. It's still VFR. This is from 7 minutes ago. VFR conditions expected. The wind expected to stay around 15 knots. Light showers and rain is what it is warning us for. Scattered clouds at 2,800 feet. Few clouds at 2,500 feet. While we are here, let's see, Orange Pride, that has already landed. The special livery Emirates expected around 120, so that is probably going to the runway furthest away from here. And Jesus is flying back to Liverpool. It seems that the Retro Transavia has already arrived at Schiphol. So that will be departing from center. Well, there you go. At least we'll be able to see it, or at least a glimpse of it. Meantime, SCS in their CRJ underway. On its way to Copenhagen. It's 12:33. That means another half hour or so of parallel departures. Means that everything up till 1 o'clock going to the east is probably leaving from the center runway. And everything going to the west. Polderbaan. Interesting, because Copenhagen, of course, lies to the east. So I'm wondering, probably everything going to the northeast as well will be taking off from Polderbaan. Everything to the east and south will be leaving via center. I'm looking up because I'm hearing an airplane to see. Well, it's really hard to see them. There's not a lot of blue to see an airplane in. Also, nothing seems to be producing a contrail as we speak. So center is still in use. And right now it seems like narrowbody's rush hour has begun, power hour. Now you may be wondering, but boy, aren't there any more airplanes coming to the Polderbaan? There definitely are. We have an Embraer 190 to Dublin underway and it should become visible pretty soon. I think there it is already. Air Canada is also coming this way. Air Canada Flight 809 to Toronto just went around the southern threshold of the center runway. Hadi Jessica, good afternoon. And good afternoon to all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left. with wind blowing from the north and sunny and cloudy weather. Not a very typical summery day yet. It is expected to improve in the upcoming week. From Thursday onwards, temperatures in the mid-20s Celsius and dry weather. No more showers. Showery weather for the next couple of days. Last time I checked the weather for tomorrow, it looked like in the morning hours things were going to stay dry. I hope that will still be the same when I'm checking the weather tonight and tomorrow morning. Haven't been to the Kaagmaan yet. If the wind isn't changing significantly, I am hoping Kaagmaan will cater to arrivals tomorrow. And hopefully we'll be able to go there. One of the 2 airplanes in KLM's current fleet in the SkyTeam livery. The other being an Embraer 190. Beautiful cloudy vistas. Beautiful cloudy vistas. What is it? Is it a car? Is the carriage? What's this? That's not a finger, is it? It's not flipping us off, is it? Don't think it is. But you never know. You never know. So the KLM Embraer 190 to Dublin, Ireland is approaching over here. It seems to be making a left-hand turn towards the threshold. Air Canada should become visible from the right in the background pretty soon. Hey, thank you so much, Glenn, for your kind words. 10:36 p.m. for me, boy. I love your stream. You are so knowledgeable and funny. Well, I do my best. I'm happy to hear you are enjoying yourselves with the content, and I hope that goes for everybody. There's Air Canada flight 809. The next airplane on the center runway is ITA Airways flight 107. Probably is going to coincide with the departure of the Embraer 190. The Embraer 190 is rolling and it looks like so too is ITA. Hey, Swissport worker also back. Long time no see, mate. Hope you've been well. Parallel departures in progress. Embraer 190 over here and an A321neo from ITA. Should be in the background. Next airplane over here is going to be Air Canada. Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto. That's the Charlie Golf Hotel Quebec Yankee. Still underway. The next airplane taking off from center is KLM flight 1337, the lead flight number. Going to Wrocław in Poland, an Embraer 175. Work has been so busy. A gap of more than 2 weeks. Make sure you take time to unwind as well, Swissport worker. KLM flight 1337 to Wrocław in Poland. Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Hotel. And thank you so much, Kevin D, who says like button has been firmly pressed. 391 and counting. Air Canada is over there, the next airplane taking off from Polderbaan. 777 to Curaçao, also active on the platform I see, and Air Canada flight 9012. The latter going to Montreal. Let's have a look. The scale of chimney smoke is very interesting. Once again, almost completely horizontal. Looking in the direction the wind is blowing from, this is what it looks like. So the bits of blue are east of me, mostly. A little bit directly west of me, but the wind isn't coming from over there, and that's not going to reach us. Looks like we are back to shady conditions coming up. Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto in Canada. Next to leave 7878 Dreamliner. This is, oh, that's what I'm talking about with the image stabilizer. Sometimes drifting a little bit back and forth. This airplane is 10 years old, first flight January 2015. Thomas also back in the chat, good to see you, mate, hope all is well. Interesting sound it makes. Hey, I'm also seeing what looks like the foreboding of the closure of the center runway. KLM flight 735 to Willemstad Curaçao is moving to the north. So I'm thinking it might cross the runway directly in a straight line. That usually happens when there's little to no traffic on the runway or plan to go taking off from the runway that it is crossing. Tells me that they might close the center runway a few minutes before 1 o'clock. I think that's a hotel that we are looking at. Thought that was a hotel. No. Weren't there more hotels, or were they more? I think they were more. Yeah, they're probably being obscured by things in the foreground. I don't think we can see the Hilton Hotel from over here. That's also a easily to recognize building. Or is that an office building? I'm not sure. Home base, indeed. Now I can see the KLM flight 735 has crossed the center runway directly. Here it is coming. Next airplane taking off from the Polderbaan. EasyJet in its wake, A320neo to Person-Chester. Now it is not closed yet, the center runway, because Air France is lining up on the threshold of the center runway, flight 1444, Bombardier C series. It is probably going to be one of the last departures from the center runway though, before it's going to close. Right now, these are the only two airplanes in the immediate vicinity. Air Canada flight 901 is also underway. Hey, and not United, Emirates flight 146 to Dubai seems to be on the move. I'm wondering, is that still assigned to center or will it take off from Polderbaan already? It is still a bit to 1 o'clock, so wouldn't be surprised if they were still going to keep the center runway open for the Emirates to take off from it. The Bombardier C series from Air France. Omelette du fromage. Air France, flight 1444, going to Paris, Charles de Gaulle. And if from here we can see that it comes equipped with a Karen cabin. What a luxury. Karens have it good these days on those modern jets. Private suite for them. Yeah, still from Center A. I thought so. Well, in that case, we'll just have to look at it from the side, which we can see and do quite well from where we are standing, luckily. This is KLM flight 735, the first departure, I think, or will EasyJet take Cheater's Lane? Yeah, it does look like it is going to use Cheater's Lane. Or no. Or no, it's continuing to the threshold. They'll leave in the order of appearance. EasyJet with an A320neo to Person-Chester, and this is KLM flight 735 to Willemstad, Curaçao, a 777-300ER. In the meantime, Arjan van Vught, good afternoon to you too. Welcome back, sir. Hope all is well. And Arjan is celebrating 22 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Let me know if something is running low or if we need to renew stuff. I'll happily do that. Thank you so much for the support, Arjan. Hope you're going to stick around for many more rounds to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. KLM flight 735 to Willemstad, Curaçao, rolling. A320neo from EasyJet in the background to Person-Chester. Lining up. Hey, JW Slijm is celebrating his birthday today. Gefeliciteerd! And Orange Pride will be leaving to Vancouver at 3:40. There you go. Happy birthday, JW Slijm. EasyJet flight 22166 to Manchester is next. This is not Jesus or Guze. Oh no, this is Guze. G-U-Z-E-H. Guze. Get busy with Guze. Brand new airplane. First flight March 2025. "62 years old, JW Slijm. Congratulations." En Stijn, goedemiddag. Nieuwe abonnee, aan het kijken en meeluisteren. Watching and listening along. New subscriber. Welcome, Stijn. Nice of you to say hi. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat, like Stijn just now did, if you are new to the channel or if you have been residing in Lurkers Lounge up till now, most of the time. It's not mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching, and they're all friendly, and some even knowledgeable. Right. Embraer 175, Embraer 190 coming this way. Air Canada will be the first airplane to leave here via the Polderbaan. It is a bank robber. Already took our money. 7878 Dreamliner back to Montreal. Air Canada flight 901. Dan's also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Long time no see. And Thomas Sikveland says, fresh subscriber question. Will the ongoing works along Polderbaan change the current viewpoint you stream from? Nope. Short and simple, nope. They're just reinforcing the canal here, the dike. The things that you see, those piles of rubble will vanish again. Should be good. Hey Klaartje, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Me, I have been busy too, Dans. Good to see you again. Hope things are easier now on your end. Air Canada flight 901 is going to leave from Montreal, Canada pretty soon. Taking our money. It's the Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Yankee. Not even a Quebec in the registration. Cheapskates. The airplane 10 years old, first flight October 2014. It's 5-1, so I'm thinking Central should close pretty soon. If they don't hurry up with Emirates. It'll have to leave from this runway. Alright, Transavia Retro is now number 2 for departure from center with an Embraer 175 to Geneva. Before it will be taking off to Palma de Mallorca, Transavia flight 5623. Hey, and the Banana also on the move to Madrid. I'm wondering, which runway has it been assigned to? Will the A300 come this way? Okay. This is KLM flight 1177 to Stavanger, Embraer 175. And a Ford Ranger Raptor from bird control in the foreground, in the way. Banana to center. So it looks like they are keeping center open longer than schedule. Usually there's a runway change between around 1 o'clock. Okay. Let's have a look. The next airplane taking off from center. The Retro Transavia to Palma de Mallorca. There she is. Look at that cute snoot. Boop boop. Robert Hilton also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all was well. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined later. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. One of still 2 runways in use for outbound traffic. Retro Transavia just now taking off from the center runway. Normally speaking, around 1 o'clock, the center runway should close in favor of a secondary runway for arrivals opening up. While the KLM 100 years 787-10 Dreamliner to Chicago is coming this way, the center runway is still being used for a few departures, including Emirates flight 146 pretty soon to Dubai, 777, Royal Air Maroc to Tangier, Smartlinks all white next after that, and an A300 600 after that. DHL to Madrid. The Dreamliner is still making its way over to the runway threshold, so I'm hoping we will be able to catch the departure of the A300 from center before. And I agree, JG Road, we need more retros. I think most people will concur and agree that these look way better than the most modern airplane liveries do. Another wide body is coming this way. which is leaving for Calgary. 777-300 all white Air Arabia Morocco in the background. The next departure from center should be an A300-600 to Madrid, DHL. Now, think it's going to be a parallel departure together with the KLM 100 years 787-10, which is already lining up as we speak. London Retro. Good one, Frank. Not retro, but retro. Right, the 787-10 is on the move. And I think pretty soon the A300 from DHL will be too. Well, they're not going exactly simultaneously, so we can film the one first and the other after that. There's the DHL A300-600 to Madrid. DHL flight 6725 to Madrid. It's the deal, the Delta Alpha Echo Alpha Lima. First flight December 1992, making this airplane 32 years old already. 32 years old. I was still well in elementary school for another 2 years back then, when this airplane began its career as a professional airplane. What were you doing? December 1992. So we have an A321neo from KLM taking off next from center. After that it is going to be Emirates flight 146 to Dubai. Then he was 2 years old, Fasro Darshane being 10. Bas joined the company he still works for today. Ari doing some temp work after graduation. Dallas Bombers, I wasn't even in my dad yet. Chinese triple to Shanghai on the platform seems to have been pushed back or in the process of being pushed back. This is KLM flight 677 to Calgary in Canada. 777-300 It's the PHBVF Bravo Victor Foxtrot. Transavia in the background, nice combo shot. The BVF is 14 years old, first flight was in January 2011. And the sun over here where I'm standing once again has begun to shine, albeit briefly. Current status quo. Looking to the north, it looks like so. Looking to the northwest, where the wind is blowing from, more or less, this is what it looks like. This is looking to the west, this is looking to the east, this is looking to the south, and we're looking to the southeast now to the center runway, where I think we ought to be seeing Emirates flight 146 in a moment. The 777 to Dubai. There it is. A380 to Cargo. If you guys could give me a heads up when it is in the vicinity. Let's have a quick look while we are waiting for traffic to come this way. We can have a look. Oh, yeah, start a new stream. There you go. The wind is continuing to pick up. 16 knots of wind. Wind is blowing from the north-northwest right now. VFR conditions still expected. Few clouds at 2,500 feet. Scattered clouds at 2,800 feet. Transavia Retro almost leaving the country already. And the colorful destination Dubai livery Emirates A380 has been assigned to the Cargo runway 06, still flying in the east of the Netherlands. That's the current status quo. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Sven for your super sticker. Shiva Dog raises and lowers his index finger to get noticed. Mate, thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. Frank says, don't forget to take a sip of vodka. That is a good thing you are mentioning. Don't think I've had a lot to drink yet. Not really very warm weather. Don't dehydrate that quickly with weather like today. Still. Good reminder. KLM flight 603 to LAX. It's coming this way. 787-10 Dreamliner. And still we see that the center runway is in use. Gary asks if I expect to stream later than 2 o'clock today since our rain delayed. I am. It's interesting to see that the center runway is still open right at the time where the A350 1000 is also on the move. Let me guess, it has been assigned to the center runway, or hasn't it? That would be typical, wouldn't it? Dreamliner to Mumbai is over there. Right, center. As I thought. So I don't know what they're doing today. They are diverging from the normal runway switching hours. They're doing different things than Bezoek Bus was indicating, so it's hard to predict what is going on. Parallel departures have been in progress now for a while, longer than expected. Ordinarily between 1 and 2 o'clock, that changes. 2 runways for inbound, 1 for outbound. Not today, not yet at least. Play is coming this way. EasyJet is 2. There's an EasyJet behind this 787-10. KLM flight 603 to LAX. The first departure here. So this is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Charlie, 5 years old, first flight October 2019. There's a Chinese triple on the move, going to Shanghai in China, which I am expecting for this runway. Our ongoing Pegasus underway to Istanbul in Turkey. EasyJet A320 Neorio. Let's see, play is next after this. There's a Transavia 737-800 to Valencia that is now lined up, or at least is in the process of lining up on the center runway. The A350-1000 in the chat being speculated as being the last airplane to the center runway. Wouldn't be surprised if it were. At least everything outbound after that will be coming this way. That's the silver lining. Right, looking to the north, things look a bit more dark. This is looking to the west, where it looks a bit more open. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. Right, let's focus on the center runway, where there is a 737 to Vienna on the move and an A350-1000 will line up there. Cathay Pacific to Hong Kong, flight 270. Hey, and Aviation Dallas is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Cathay Pacific flight 270 to Hong Kong, lining up right now. The Bravo Lima X-ray Papa. Will that have been the last airplane to the center runway? Okay. According to flight radar, the A350 is on the move. There it is. Cathay Pacific, flight 270. On its way to Hong Kong. Alrighty. Very nice. Question is, was that the last airplane to descend the runway? The answer is no, not yet. A321neo to Naples is still going there, but the A330 to Nairobi in Kenya is coming this way. So that is good news. And this is play, but it is not red. It's Avion Express. Avion Express, Malta, going to Reykjavik in Iceland. Play flight 461, the 9 Hotel, Mike Lima Yankee. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight June 2009. Now it's starting to look a bit more busy, finally. That's 4 airplanes coming this way. That's just the first batch. Also looks like Nippon Cargo to Milan has been pushed back. That is good news. Nippon Cargo, flight 49 to Milan. Looks like is going to be coming this way. In the meantime, good afternoon to Johnny and to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And we are here at the Polderbaan filming departures. Right now, it seems that Polderbaan has finally become the only runway for outbound traffic. Hey there, Carol. Hey there, Marijke. Oh. Chinese triple is being overtaken by a small KLM Embraer. Cheeky bastard. Hadi Wouter, goedemiddag. Hurry, hurry. Let's take Cheaters Lane. Get the hell out of here. Will it do a turn and burn? That's the question. Look on Flight Radar now, folks. It's getting busy. How many airplanes are there coming to the Polderbaan right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's an exodus about to begin. Absolutely amazing. Finally, redemption. KLM flight 939 to Glasgow. Next airplane taking off, turning and burning via Cheaters Lane. It's an Embraer 190. The Papa Hotel Echo Zulu. No, not Charlie Sierra. Sierra. The airplane is 15 years old. First flight August 2010. Went remarkably smooth. For the moment it seems that the wind is slowing down a little bit. The darkest cloud in the sky surrounding me is now right north of me. The wind is blowing more or less from over there. You can see the linear formation of the clouds indicating the direction of the wind. So this is going to pass north of me. Right now the sun is shining. I think that was Emirates, the destination Dubai livery. I think it was. Next up, China Southern Cargo going to Shanghai in China, the Bravo 20 Echo Mike. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight February 2020. For a brief moment in time you can see that the sun is shining again over here. The heaviest exodus has begun. Next airplane taking off will be KLM flight 667 to Austin, Texas. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Papa 787-10 Dreamliner. Brand new airplane, first flight May 2025. TUI in the background, flight 365 to Willemstad, Curaçao. Next airplane after that is going to be Delta, the A330 Neo to Detroit, Michigan. And after that, the KLM A330-300, flight 535 to Nairobi in Kenya. And the wind is slowing down temporarily. Makes for a much more even following. Cra, cra. Cra, cra. Russell over there. Let's go to autofocus. Cra, cra. Cra. Cra, cra. He's greeting the viewers. Next up, TUI, flight 365 to Willemstad, Curaçao. The airplane is still in the sun. Over here we are once again in the shadow. It was a temporary moment of sunshine here on the ground as well. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 137, which will be leaving for Detroit, Michigan, the November 420 Delta X-ray. The airplane is 2 years old. The first flight was in November 2022. Russell is still over there making ruckus. Grah, grah.
Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Quack, quack.
Next up, KLM flight 535. No, 565. Going to Nairobi. That was the fucker, the PH, aka. "13-year-old airplane." So, an opening in the clouds are drifting in from over there. So, with the sun now being over there, I am hoping it might open up a little bit pretty soon. Interesting to see that we are also seeing Garuda Indonesia here. Oh, where is it? It's even making more sound now. Quite a bit of airplanes underway. A 747 also underway now. Excellent. Wind once again picking up. Need to fixate the tilt axis, otherwise it's going to drop continuously. Doesn't seem that the image stabilizer is making it more stable. Yeah. Terrible. Let's disable it quickly. I think I prefer to go back to filming without image stabilizer enabled. Alrighty, our next departure looks to be this KLM flight 1167 to Bergen. Yeah, it's on the move. There's also a small, well, there are two small airplanes in Cheaters Lane that are also going to leave before Garuda Indonesia will. Garuda Indonesia in the back. Now the next airplane taking off from the threshold. There are two cheaters in Cheaters Lane that will take off before that. German Airways looking like, oh, two German Airways. One with the pointillistic new tail and the other being hybrid BA. Gloomy background. It looks like maybe we are going to catch a few glimpses of sunshine here. Now, in the meantime, via Cheaters Lane, the first of the two narrow bodies already spooling up. Pointillistic German Airways updated livery, a dotted German flag on the tail, plus it now also says operating for KLM, as if we didn't know already. KLM flight 1763 to Bremen is next. Bob says, bedtime for me. Thanks for the great stream. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. I will definitely do that, mate. Thank you for stopping by. Sleep well. I'll hopefully see you again tomorrow. KLM flight 1763 to Bremen is now spooling up. Garuda Indonesia will be next after that. KLM A330 to Washington after that. And then another KLM 777-300ER. See the sun once again shining here temporarily, which is nice because I'm standing here with a hoodie on. I have the hoodie over my cap. I have my fingerless gloves on. I was having second thoughts about whether or not I should be doing my winter parka on or not, and I wish I had. Can definitely use the sunshine to warm up a little myself. Garuda Indonesia is next, going to Jakarta, flight 89, 777-300ER, the Papa Kilo Golf India Hotel. 10-year-old airplane, first flight May 2015. Here we go. It's the beginning part where they begin to roll, where the wind has the most grip on my camera and makes it very shuddery. Hey, goeiedag Arie, hoe is het jongen?
Wel goed jongen, met jou?
Beetje winderig hier. Waar is de zomer gebleven man?
Komt eraan, hè? Moet het weer, hè?
Ja, dat zeggen ze, ik hoop het.
Ja, heel goed.
Beetje frisjes wel zo,
Ja.
met die wind.
Ik sta op de korte broek.
Ja, nou, ik ben blij dat ik in ieder geval mijn hoodie aan heb gedaan. Ik zat nog te twijfelen, zou ik mijn winterjas aantrekken? Ik had hem eigenlijk aan moeten trekken, eigenlijk wel.
Je staat de hele tijd in de wind.
Als je de hele tijd in de wind staat, dan koel je ontzettend... En zeker als het zonnetje niet schijnt. Dus het is lekker dat het zonnetje weer eventjes doorkomt af en toe.
Het weer valt nog mee, hoor. De voorspellingen waren naai.
Ja, klopt. Nou ja, zomer in Nederland hè. Het hoort er een beetje bij. KLM A330 on the way to Washington. Next up we are going to see KLM flight 757 to Panama City, a 777-300ER. KLM flight 757, it is the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Golf. The plane is 13 years old, first flight was in May 2012. TVP 903 says nice Irish summer day in Amsterdam. It certainly is. We'll have a snowball fight later this afternoon. Next up will be a KLM Embraer 190 to Nuremberg, or at least taking off, yeah, taking off from the threshold. There are no cheaters on Cheaters Lane right now. Yeah, there she is. The sun is shining on the airplane as it is climbing out. This is approximately where the wind is blowing from, and you can see by the shape of the clouds. They usually form cloud streets. If you look closely, you'll recognize them easily. It's usually an indication of the direction of the wind. Wind is blowing from the northwest right now. And this is KLM flight 1843 to Nuremberg, another German Airways Embraer 190. There's also an Embraer 190 to Aalborg on Cheaters Lane, which I think will be leaving after this. Another German Airways. It's a German Airways Exodus. Hey, and their Contour will be taking Garuda to Jakarta in November. What's the weather like over there that time of year? Probably more or less similar to what it is right now. It's probably year-round warm and humid. Or is it? Do they have... Obviously they will have seasons, but temperature-wise probably relatively constant. This is the dam wall, Delta Alpha Mike Whiskey Oscar. Next, the cheater on Cheaters Lane. And that is KLM flight 1285 to Aalborg. Dossie. Delta Alpha Whiskey Sierra India. In the background you can already see a KLM wide body. That is a 777-200 going to Rio de Janeiro. Wind is still firmly blowing. On the scale of chimney smoke, this is what it currently looks like. And looking at the METAR live stream, you can see the wind is still blowing from the northwest with, what is it now, 15 knots. That's also what is expected for the upcoming hours. In fact, the TAF has now been updated to 17 knots of wind in the upcoming hours, 68% humidity, 10 knots of crosswind. Scattered clouds at 3,000 feet, few clouds at 2,500 feet, and the air temperature is 19 degrees C. That is just a tad below 70 F. Right. KLM flight 705 is leaving next, and we can also see the 747 Nippon Cargo that is going to leave to Milan in a few minutes from now. First up, KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro. That's a 777-200 Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec. Papa is the registration. 18-year-old airplane on the move right now. First flight of this airplane was in April 2007. Gusty wind. What's that landing in the background? Is that a retro airplane? It looked like it was. Jurg also back in the chat, and Roy too, Gurdeep as well, good to see you both. All three of you I should say. Right. Couple of narrow bodies here. At first have to clear the way, then it is Nippon Cargo time. Hey there Yusuf, hey there Erin, good afternoon. Nippon Cargo will be leaving for Milan. Flight 49, 747-8 freighter. Japanese registered, Juliet Alpha 17 Kilo Zulu. Queue up. Transavia flight 5621 to Palma de Mallorca here in the foreground. The KLM triple in the background landing. So yeah, clouds all about. The wind is blowing from the northwest, more or less. I think this is where the wind is currently blowing from. Some openings, most of them are not open, and most of it is cloudy. But at least it's dry. Had some rain this morning. Next airplane to Bristol is EasyJet. Flight 25531 and A319 Austrian registered. OELKP is the registration. 16-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. Transavia to Bari will be next. After that KLM to Barcelona and then the 7478 to Milan. Oh no, there's also a cheater in cheater's lane, so that's also going to go ahead of the 747. It looks like there is rain falling east of me. Looks like those are rain veils. The wind is also not calming down by any means. The angle is a bit annoying because it makes me following the beginning of the departure very troublesome, very bumpy. Gets better when the camera is pointed more in the direction of the wind. This is particularly the part where if it is gusty it is very uneven. This is more turning into the wind. Makes the camera work a bit more stable. Next airplane is KLM flight 1515 going to Barcelona. 737-800, the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Foxtrot. 25 years old, first flight May 2000. Obviously I'm not going to follow it. Hans says, I'm back. Probably wish I wouldn't. Did you probably wish you wouldn't? Because you don't have to be here if you don't want to be here. Jean-Yves also back. Good to see you, mate. Long time no see. Hope all is well. Alright. It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. The first queen of the show, Nippon Cargo Airlines, flight 49 going to Milan. It is a 747-8 freighter, 11 years old, first flight April 2014. Now, Mahan, I'm always happy when you're here. Why would I think otherwise? That's silly, mate. Glad to see you back. And perfect timing as well. Now, after this beautiful queen, there's also a Chinese A350. Ja, het is echt... it's hard to keep the footage stable. I have to lock the pan and tilt axis more or less to keep things stable, but then I also need to unbuckle them again, and that always is a bit uneven. You always see it, even if I try to do it slowly. As soon as I let go, camera starts dropping. Highly annoying. Wind covers, that's what we need here. Wind and rain covers. Nippon Cargo on its way. The lights are on. China Southern Airlines flight 308 to Guangzhou in China. The Bravo 30 Charlie Oscar. No, not Charlie Oscar. Charlie O. 0. 5-year-old airplane, first flight September 2019. Frank wonders if a counterbalance weight would be a solution. I think the only thing that helps is mass. I'm thinking that the tripod I am using is too light for weather conditions like the ones here at Schiphol. And my camera and my phone are too big and catch too much wind. The surface area is too big. And even with guy wires into the ground, which should stabilize the tripod, the camera itself is still shuddery, and I think maybe a bigger tripod head would be a solution. I'm not sure that it is going to be a solution, and they are mightily expensive, so laying down a couple of K for something that may not even work, I'm a bit hesitant about. Best solution, of course, is prevent wind at all. That's easier said than done. There's more traffic coming this way. I see a Qatar also coming this way. And yeah, that's 36 right that the airplanes are landing on. The next airplane taking off over here is KLM flight 1545 to Malaga, 737-800. EasyJet A320neo to Rhodes will be next after that, and Embraer 190 from KLM to Birmingham will be next after that, and I think after that we are going to see the Qatar 777 to Doha. Hans says, add a chair on the tripod and sit on it, that might add enough weight. The tripod head, I think, is only rated for a couple of kilograms, so probably is going to break the tripod head. Now, for a while I've been eyeing an upgrade with respect to the tripod, but I'm still not sure if it is worth the investment, particularly now that my channel seems to have come into a slump again after the NATO summit. But I think a sturdy, a heavier tripod head most of all will help. Still have a very heavy tripod and a very heavy mount for doing astrophotography with. The more kilograms, the better. But even with more weight, your setup will still always be susceptible to the wind. Frank says that spreading some wind preventing powder around you will do the job. Why hadn't I thought of that? That's a good suggestion, mate. Alrighty, next up, KLM flight 1045 to Birmingham. All white Embraer 190. Looks like a Britty hopper. Golf Charlie Mike Zulu India is the registration. After that, I think a cheater in Cheater's Lane and then Qatar. Yep, Transavia in Cheater's Lane. What also helps is more drag in the tripod head. Right now I am already working on the highest drag setting, and I thus far have renewed the drag mechanism for the pan axis once a year. Maybe going for an update twice a year is better, because obviously panning is what is used most heavily. And even though the system, the drag system is closed and on paper shouldn't be leaking any fat, last time I checked, when they got renewed, it did start to leak fat. And if there's less fat in the drag system, it means that the drag is less. Means that everything is more susceptible to the wind as well. Jero back in the chat. Carlo is as well. Welcome back, guys. Daniel asks in Dutch if I also have days that I'm looking at airplanes that land. No, never. AMS Live is about takeoffs only. 100% only takeoffs. In the meantime, thank you, Carlo, for your super sticker, which I'm wondering, did it trigger an automated message or did it not? I don't think it did it? This is Qatar Cargo, flight 8206, 777 freighter to Doha, the Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Oscar. This particular airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in August 2018. Next up shall be KLM flight 791, a 777-300 going to Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo is on the same continent as Ecuador. You can also take a boat, go to the east. If you survive the weather, you'll end up eventually in Africa. Let's see, this is an E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1559 to Palma de Mallorca. What else is underway? Embraer 175. There is a TUI Dreamliner underway. Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia, also underway. And an A330 from KLM to Oranjestad, Aruba also seems to be underway. First up, KLM flight 1559 to Palma de Mallorca, and for that an Embraer 175, KLM flight 1705 to Brussels. Gert-Jan says, a nice Sachtler fluid head tripod will do the trick. I already have one. If you have a look in my equipment list, you would have seen that I am already using a Sachtler almost from the beginning. But even Sachtlers need renewal, and maybe a bigger will be better. This is just an Ace M. But my camera is also big, my phone is also big, it catches a lot of wind. This is KLM flight 1559 to Palma de Mallorca. Wat zeg je? Well, it is still only one runway. There is only still one runway open. That's normally from. Oh, hey, is that the -8 from the Coast Guard in the background? It is, isn't it? Normally speaking, between 1 and 2 o'clock, one runway open for outbound traffic. They kept the center runway, the secondary runway, open a bit longer. I am thinking they are going to open up the center runway again pretty soon. In the meantime, Transavia flight 5683 to Lanzarote, A321neo. Well, it doesn't say where the OV feeds is from, but I am guessing it would probably be from Hoofddorp Station. Absolutely right, Gary. Right, another batch of airplanes is coming to the Polderbaan. 1, 2, 3, 4 tails I am counting, and that looks like a Dreamliner in the background. Landing on 36 right. Right, KLM flight 1705 and Embraer 175 to Brussels is next. After that it is a Dreamliner to Palma de Mallorca. Right over there. 7878 Dreamliner. In the meantime, I see that Stephen is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Stephen. Hope all was well. Happy Saturday. Inspection in progress. So let's see what else is in the pipeline. JetBlue to New York JFK. Embraer 190 KLM to Copenhagen. This would be the Ecstasy Express KLM to Ibiza. Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. Now it looks like all these 4 new airplanes are going for the threshold. They will be departing in the order of appearance by the looks of it. Yep, it's on the move, the Embraer 190 to Brussels. KLM flight 1705, Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Romeo. 7-year-old airplane, first flight October 2017. Dreamliner time. TUI flight 1633 going to LPA, aka Gran Canaria. And it is a Belgian registered one, the OOJDL. It's moving. The plane is 11 years old. First flight was in November 2013. Let's give that image stabilizer a go again. JetBlue is next. Flight 62289 going to New York JFK. It's an A321neo, the November 4073 Juliet. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight was in February 2023. Marijke says, people with the OV bikes must be freezing. I'm indoors with the window open and even that's cold. Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. Well, Adi here is also standing with shorts on, but at least he has a vest on over his shirt. At least his upper body is more decently protected from the cool wind. It's the wind that makes it cold. The absence of sun. The ambient temperature is pretty okay, but it's the wind chill that gets ya. It almost always does here at the Polderbaan. People underestimate the exposure to the wind and the extent to which it cools you down. And Roy is celebrating 27 months of membership. Boy, that went by fast, he writes. It certainly did, didn't it? That's 1 year and 3 months already. No, 2 years and 3 months, of course. I'm starting to sober up. I need more vodka. Losing math skills here. Roy, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Definitely let me know if something is amiss, if we need new supplies of anything. Hopefully you agree to stick around for many, many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Thank you so much, Roy, for the ongoing support. Upwards and onwards. Embraer 190 also upwards and onwards to Copenhagen, to be more precise. The Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Yankee. Fiji. Fiji come, Fiji go, Fiji gone. No time to waste. The 737 is already spooling up. The Ecstasy Express in a hurry. This is KLM flight 1553 going to Party Island, Ibiza. The Papa Hotel BXC. BXTC. Just playing out. Stephen, mate, what are you doing? Thank you so much for your generous super chat there. Hot cocoa for our team. Well, I kid you not. I definitely could go for a hot cocoa. Got the fingerless gloves on and the hoodie of my hoodie over my hat to keep my neck and the rest of my back a bit warm. Definitely should have gone out with my winter parka on. Summer in the city. Well, summer at the Polderbaan. That's a whole different thing altogether. Delta Airlines Flight 75 on its way to Atlanta, Georgia. The November 809 November whiskey. Whiskey. Combo shot with the previous airplane. Also very nice. Nice combo. Senior memberships with 65 plus discount. All of you all are 65 plus. That would make the most popular tier, the 65 plus membership. Here I was thinking that people who worked all their lives and have gone with retirement had amassed great fortune, house already paid off, everything taken care of. I actually thought about introducing a 65 plus premium tier where you can pay more for less. Nah. So we have 5 airplanes over here right now. Lined up is an Embraer 190 to Newcastle. We have an Embraer 175 to Göteborg behind it. A 737 to Porto in Portugal. Max 8 737 back to Halifax, Canada. That's WestJet. And then an A330 to Oranjestad, Aruba. What else is going to happen? Iceland Air 767 has been pushed back. And so too seems to have been United Flight 947 to Washington. Hey, that's also a 767. So that's 2 767s coming this way. In the meantime, the center runway has opened up and parallel departures once again in progress. Right. Police is also coming, our friendly neighborhood. Coming with a BMW. In the meantime, the Embraer is on the move. Steven asks what that crown is next to his name. That's XP, experience points. It's what YouTube apparently introduced, and it's hard to switch off. It's to gamify participating in live chats. So you'll get points for interacting with messages or donating, and you'll end up higher in the rankings. And apparently that's what's something that young people may like, but of course the senior audience of AMS Live is all thinking, what the fudge is this? Get out of here. Apparently you are able to switch it off. You need to go into your own settings. It's not something that I can switch off in the live streams, I think, but you are able to disable it, seeing it on your end. But yeah, it's a way that YouTube thought it would make participating in live chats during live streams more appealing. Gary says, I guess we could submit feedback and complain. Have you ever tried interacting with YouTube, Gary? It is so funny because it is not possible to speak to a person. All you can reach is an AI chatbot, which, if you are questioning if it is a real human, starts acting like a real chatbot, trying to disprove that it is a chatbot in fact. Humans have been taken out of the equation at YouTube's help desk. WestJet on its way to Halifax. And Han is also celebrating 27 months of membership. Dodging boys' attempt to drive me crazy with OCD. Dodging bullets there, yeah. The latest iteration of trying to test you, Han, is that Lufty apparently is pointed in a different direction than the other airplane tails. See how you can deal with that. Thank you so much, Han, for your ongoing support as well, mate. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, let me know if something is no longer to your liking and let me see what I can do to fix it. This is the PHAOA, Papa Hotel Alpha Oscar Alpha. It's the A330-200 on its way to Oranjestad, Aruba. Countdown flight number, KLM flight 765. Comes equipped with a carry-on cabin in the back. Yeah, given that we only have 15 or 16 knots of wind, I think I am going to reach out to the store where I have my tripod serviced. See if they want to order a new drag mechanism for the pan axis for me so that I can at least renew it before it starts getting windy more regularly. Two 767s back to back, something that you don't see every day here. In the foreground we have United, in the background we have Iceland Air. Two 767s back to back, wouldn't that be something? think United and Iceland Air are also the only carriers frequenting Schiphol with 767s, or are there more? I am now thinking. No, wait, Latam Cargo also, but that's cargo. This is Pax. Latam Cargo, of course, also still regularly sends over 767s. K4 in the meantime is patrolling and checking the runway. Back-to-back 767s. Rebel Cut says, wanna say thank you for this stream and greetings to all crows around. I'll send your regards to Russell and the rest of the murder of crows over here. If I see them. They don't seem to be around anymore. We were hearing Russell quite clearly earlier in the stream. He now seems to have gone. Let's see. KLM flight 427 to Dubai. I didn't even know that KLM flew to Dubai themselves. The PHBVC. Yeah, that's obviously going via center in a moment. And KLM flight 861 is now spooling up on the center runway. It's going to Narita, Tokyo Narita. Well, I should say Narita, it's not really Tokyo. You still have to sit in a train for an hour before being in Tokyo Station. Well worth the ride though. I will highly recommend, once again, anybody who hasn't been to Japan to try to get over there once in your life. I think I've been on, yeah, I've been on this flight. Late October 2016. 777-200 Right, and in the meantime, the first of the second 767s, United, next up, Iceland Air Flight 500, another 767-300 This time round going to Reykjavik in Iceland, the TF ISO. Tango Foxtrot India Sierra Oscar. 25 years old, first flight February 2000. Gary says almost 243k subscribers. Maybe tomorrow will be the day. Is that so? We were at 860 or so this morning. The number of new subscribers after Thursday was 26. I tell ya, that stupid NATO week totally killed the channel. In the weeks prior to the NATO Summit week, I was doing like 200 subscribers per stream. So that was the equivalent of 800 per week in the weeks running up to the NATO Summit week. Now it's back to 10, 20 or so after a stream. Absolutely killed by the algorithm. now we have broken through 900. That means there's still 100 to go. I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen tomorrow. There's also round number stickiness always. Just like with trading, whenever a currency or a stock approaches a round number, you'll always see psychological things happening, and the same is with subscriber numbers. So whenever you are at 0.9 x 0.9k, it's always going to be very sticky. And also before going from 0.0 to 0.1 is also a very sticky process. So I'll bet you money it's not going to happen tomorrow, even if we were going to do a stream tomorrow. Maybe after 43 it will change the algorithm. No, it's not going to happen. And that's an interesting question. Stephen asks, do you get revenue for the number of subscribers from YouTube? And the answer is no, you do not. Number of subscribers means Jack, you know what? F all. No, it's views that give you ad revenue. Revenue comes from subscribers becoming a member, membership, gifts, super chats, super stickers. But with respect to views, it's ad revenue. The number of subscribers means absolutely nothing. Busiest on the way. And Jonathan wonders when the Drake plane is taking off. I have no idea what that means. Unless you are referring to this bizjet that is now coming this way, which for some reason isn't showing on flight radar. Now, the only thing that the number of subscribers signify is your quote-unquote street cred. Obviously, most people who don't know a channel will be more inclined to look at the content of a channel if it is a big channel than when it is a small content creator. So the bigger you are on paper, the more easily it is to lure new people in, because hey, it's a big channel. A lot of people have subscribed to it, so it must have some sort of value. Busiest, but it isn't showing on flight radar. Let me go and disable all my filters I have enabled. Now it is showing. Bombardier Global Express XRS coming this way. It's going from NA, although I suspect that's AMS, to NA. So it's going around in a circle. Everything about it is NA right now. Age NA, destination NA. No idea where it's going to go to. In that case, let me just re-enable the filters. Yeah, it looks nice, doesn't it? What's the logo there? Is that from a company? It is N registered, so American registration. I don't recognize the airplane.
Private plane?
Say it?
Private plane? Maybe?
Yeah, bizjet of sorts. Also, when I disable the filters on flight radar, because it's not, it says from NA to NA, so it doesn't show on flight radar if you have AMS inbound and outbound enabled. Frank says CP Chicago pneumatic. There you go. Oh, that was K4 also making A sound that I have never heard before from their sound effect board. A beep of sorts. Ah, Drake is a famous rapper performing in the Ziggo Tour Dome, and he tours with his private 767. Sure, why not? Does he have Drake written on it in golden letters as well, like a certain real estate entrepreneur likes to put on everything he owns? Then again, Iron Maiden have their 747, their own 747, so a 767 for a rapper seems like modesty, doesn't it? Alrighty, let's see. We have a KLM 777 lined up on the center runway threshold going to Dubai in a moment. And I see that there is an A330 to Boston right behind it. Around the corner of the southern threshold it is going. Over here we have Steven Seagal. And this is the field of wheat that got injected with fertilizer earlier in the week. Luckily it's not smelly of fertilizer anymore. Although I did smell it the day before yesterday quite clearly from where I was standing, which was a bit further to the north. Right, the 777 is on the move. 777 to Dubai. Not from Emirates, but from KLM instead. KLM flight 427. Oh. Quite clearly audible is an airplane passing overhead with propellers. Hearing them is never a problem, seeing them is, particularly since now when looking overhead and I'm pointing the camera more or less in the direction I think the sound source is emanating from, but you can see it's mostly overcast overhead, so you're able to hear it but not see it. Yeah, I'm not happy with the wobbliness of image stabilizer, having it enabled also looks annoying. Hey Ali, also back in the chat. Good to see you, Ali. Have you been there long? Trouble rehoming the tropical fish, not the kids, including the aquarium. JP Kraus says Airbus A400M, very distinctive prop sound. Well, it was a very distinctive sound, but I believe you when you say it's an Airbus A400M. Me, I found it very hard to see. UK Air Force. In about 5 minutes. Yeah, it's always a busy period moving. I moved 2022. Was happy when it was over. And still, whenever I look in the hallway, I think, oh, needs a fresh lick of paint and You always see stuff that still needs to be done. Even if you outsource all the chores. Still a very stressful period always. So we have Delta Airlines flight 145 being pushed back. This is Delta Airlines flight 257 to Boston. The Corendon World to Fly A350 also is on the move. I think we should be seeing it in the background pretty soon, but it's probably going to go around the center runway first. So we'll probably see it doing a cameo before it is actually coming this way. There's the A350. And that's an EasyJet A319 to Nice, which is nice. So over here we have Delta Airlines flight 257 to Boston, Massachusetts. Hey, World to Fly is going to center. That's interesting. It's going to Willemstad, Curaçao. Ordinarily, those airplanes should be taking off from the westmost runway. Just hiding behind the pipe, Russell Crowe. I spotted him on the other side, and just as I was zooming into him, or wanted to zoom into him, he started moving. There's the Delta Airlines. Hey, Buddy van der Laan, thank you for the super chat. EasyJet to Nice, greetings to boy from co-pilot Tim. That's the airplane that just now took off. Well, thank you so much, buddy. And if you speak to him, send him my regards back. I spy with my little eye a retro livery coming this way. I already thought I saw a retro landing earlier in the stream in the background. Guess it was Shamrock, Aer Lingus. Which is going to be flying back to Ireland via the Polderbaan pretty soon. Before that though, first let's have a look at Delta. So this is Delta Airlines flight 257 to Boston, Massachusetts. A330-300, the November 827 November whiskey. The airplane is 9 years old, first flight April 2016. And that was the Aer Lingus Retro I saw in the background earlier, Paul says, so yeah. Only saw it for a glimpse, but it did look like it was a retro. Car passing by me on the cycling path in the meantime. handhaving, in other words, the enforcers, didn't say specifically that it was Schiphol handhaving. My big friends from Parking P3. Was it them? Did you see? Or was it Schiphol handhaving of? Adi thinks it was. Me and them are the best friends in the whole world. Here is Retro Aer Lingus. Shamrock flight 605 will be leaving for Dublin, Ireland pretty soon. It'll first taxi all the way to the runway threshold. There's the A350. That is so weird that it is taking off via center and not via the Polderbaan. 9 out of 10 times, whenever an airplane is taking off to a destination to the west and there are 2 runways open, it leaves from the westmost runway. In other words, Polderbaan. But there you go. Han wonders, did all regular viewers hop over to Sail? That's not already, that's later in the month, isn't it, Sail? Thought that was in the second half of the month. Anyway, this is Shamrock flight 605. Returning to Dublin, Ireland. It is the Retro. We've seen it several times before. Still looks stunning to me. Like somebody already mentioned earlier in the chat, we need more Retros. SAS, BA, Transavia. When will KLM follow in their footsteps? Okido, let's see, it's 8 minutes to 3. What else is coming this way? There is a Delta Airlines. It's not moving very quickly. United, yeah. Ah, sale is from the 20th until the 24th. There you go. Oh wait, Delta Airlines flight 145 is on the move now. Is that a special livery Air Baltic? It looks like the Austrian flag livery, doesn't it? I think it is. Air Baltic flight 622 to Riga. And the Austrian flag livery. It's a shame that Wolfgang isn't around to see it. Although he will be visiting here next month. He texted me the other day to confirm that he booked for Amsterdam in September, a week. Don't put me down on it, I think he said the 9th until the 18th. I would have to double check. I think this is the Delta A330 Neo that is coming this way. In the meantime, Han, what are you doing, my friend? You really didn't have to do that. Han, just now gifting 5 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Han if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships. Have fun with the 34 custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. Han, mate, thank you so much. Above and beyond. Really didn't have to do that. But you said, screw it, I'll do it anyway. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. This is an all blue airplane. Flying on behalf of TUI. Global X is the operator. It's going to Heraklion in Greece. And Rubbledicats is signing off for today. Thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again soon. Ryanair flight 3103 to Dublin, Ireland is going to be next to leave. The 9 Hotel Quebec Echo Whiskey. That's an airplane that is 19 years old already. The first flight was in October 2005. I see that Delta Airlines flight 145 to Seattle, Washington is now making its way around the southern threshold of the center runway. Hey there Dinesh, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Alright, time for the Austrian flag livery from Air Baltic to be flying to Riga. Flight 622, Bombardier C Series 300, the Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo November. 2-year-old airplane, first flight April 2023. Okay. Well, there's an A330neo from Delta underway to the Polderbaan. On the threshold of the center runway is also an A330, an A330-200. Going to Lagos, there it is. Alrighty.
Kijk, één iemand zorgt dat deze baan start en die baan start. En dan weer iemand anders stopt dit. Dus
The Delta Airlines flight 145 to Seattle, that is coming this way. I am going to make the last airplane of today's show. Hopefully the weather gods will allow us to do another stream tomorrow. I'm not sure that they will. Last time I checked this morning it was looking good. Hoping it is going to stay that way. Yeah, last time I checked, I saw that as well, Gary. Now, nothing is as variable as Dutch weather, so while it may have looked like tomorrow it was going to be better than today, it might have changed in the meantime, which is why I always check again in the evening and also in the morning. Dan says, long stream? No, it isn't. We started later because of rain in the morning, so we only started at 11. So this is just a 4-hour stream, as lately has become normal. Sander also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Was surprised to see me today. Well, thank you so much, Gary. Now, yesterday was a shitty day with showers all throughout the day. This morning there was rain, but there was also a clear end to it, and it was all sources were indicating that in the latter part of the morning it was going to become dry and stay dry, most likely. That's a different thing. So tomorrow, at least when I checked earlier, they said that tomorrow in the morning at least it is going to stay dry. Maybe later in the day some showers are going to form, but the morning hours were supposed to be dry, so hopefully I'll be able to just start at the regular time of day. Since this is now the second time I've been to the Polderbaan this weekend, I am going to see if I can go to the Kaagbaan tomorrow. Hopefully the wind is not changing significantly so that we'll see arrivals there. With a bit of sunshine, always the best location to be filming arrivals from. Hey, Sander is getting a new car next Saturday. What are you exchanging the yellow car for? This is Delta Airlines flight 145, and it's going to be the last airplane for today, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to go to Seattle, Washington, Bill J's hometown. Don't think we've seen Bill in the chat today, have we? Nor Captain Jerry, come to think of it. Hannes already thanking me for the stream. You're welcome, mate. Thank you for joining. Hey, just as I was trying to film Mikey the Bloody Magpie, he flew away. Hey, Olaf also back in the chat. Good to see ya. 2016 Titanium Ford Fiesta. Level up. Sounds good, mate. Tweety is getting replaced. Hopefully your new car will attract as many birds as Tweety did. That was amazing footage. So apparently Sander was heading over to his car when all of a sudden what was it? A crow, I think it was, right? Landed on the rooftop of his car. Wasn't afraid. Sander, he started filming it. The bird was walking around over the rooftop of his car, even playing a little with the antenna, the radio antenna. It was so lovely and funny to see. Right, KLM Embraer 190, the penultimate airplane for today's show. Hey, a young jackdaw, there you go. Crow relative then. Last airplane of today, Delta Airlines Flight 145, going to Seattle, Washington, November 433 Delta X-Ray. Brand new airplane, first flight December 2024.
Ja, klopt. Ja.
Nou, is dan eigenlijk gewoon een uur, anderhalf uur eigenlijk niet.
Ja, klopt. Ja, zwaar.
Alrighty, that was the last airplane for today's show, folks. On that bombshell, it is time to end. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time here and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did like what you see and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. I am looking to go out again tomorrow, so hope to catch you all then. A massive big thank you for all the support, for the likes, the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships and becoming a member yourself. A massive big thank you to the mods for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to everybody. And also thank you Adi for being ground crew here, the latter part of the stream. Hope to see you all again tomorrow, and if not tomorrow then hopefully next week. Take care and bye for now, guys.